camera with it. There you go. Here you go, Vince. I'll do a accident. Oh boy. I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly. Those were 5-digit numbers. All right, let's go to Sprout Tower here and see what we've got going on. I just found a full-on shiny magic card.
Sweet. That's really good. No one redeemed that.
I'm going to ask you a favor, Sleepyhead. Ever since we were kids, I'd always be the one to wake you up when you slept in. But this time, fuck me. Ah, damn it. Fuck's sake, dude. I almost made it. Are we done? Go ahead, do it. I know the plan. I can literally see chat. What's up, dork? Let me in. Hey man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Bro, chill. No, it's fine. Yo, hey man, I didn't mean it like that. I hate the udders. I hate the udders. I cannot stand those udders. Get it out of here.
Blam! The guns. Welcome to the gun show, baby. Let's get in.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness anyways. Ghosty, are you in here? Come on, it's time to... Oh. Yes, actually. EMF 3 in the kitchen. Okay, I have some arrows at least. There's no way! I'm gonna give it a go, and if we fail, I will do, I'll go find Rain Dance. That's the deal I will make. Well, that's convenient, ain't it? I know I got interrupted by a cyclosaur, but
Well.
dance.
Hello. How we doing? What's up, gamers?
Pat, congratulations on first. Leaf, good to see you. Numi, hope you're doing well. Keely, best of luck to you as well. Are we ready? I'm excited. I got my team sheet submitted about 4 minutes ago. I am now going to, you know, stress check it 4 more times just to make sure that everything's correct, because, you know, I have a tendency to fuck up my team sheets. Cosmic Riley, welcome in. But I'm excited. I'm excited for today. We are playing in a creator Pokemon tournament today. There are, I think some of them dropped. I think we're down to 14. We have 14, I believe, creators that we are going against in a custom format, in one of the very, very rare opportunities that mythicals are allowed in VGC. Yeah, you forget that there's sunlight because it's usually too late for it. But I'm excited. I'm running a kind of, I didn't make something funny, which, you know, I was a little disappointed because I kind of wanted to make a silly, goofy team for a silly, goofy format. But instead, I've just kind of locked in a generally good balanced team, I feel like. But I'm excited for it. I think we have a lot that we can work around with this team right now. And I'm excited to see what other people have cooked, because I think everything in this tournament as of right now is going to be kind of the Wild West. There's going to be a lot of ideas, a lot of ways that people want to try to run things, because this kind of format doesn't usually exist. I also apologize in advance if I am a little, maybe less talkative than usual, because I am a little bit under the weather. I'm having some health flare-ups at the moment. So we're kind of just vibing. Have the most boring team in the tour. What do you mean? Rillaboom Ensign is great. Don't hate on Rillaboom Ensign. We love VGC Yowie. It's everybody's favorite. As we are just getting down to it, let's this is our team, because I feel like most people will be that are in the tournament will already be gone, and I'm pretty sure Leaf already knows the team, so I'm not overly worried about it. And it's open team sheets anyways, so it's not like I'm trying to hide much. But we have Magearna with lefties. This is also my my chance to one last time check my team sheet. Terragrass Magearna with lefties. Protect, Calm Mind, Flash Cannon, Draining Kiss. I found out that I have a perfect 0-speed IV Magearna and said, you know what? I feel like I'm legally obligated to use this at this point now. We have Calyrex Ice, Terra Fire. I like Fire for the sake of no burns and the positive Magearna matchup. So we enjoy that. 6 restricted. There's only 4. Pi, this is what I was talking about, by the way. This is what I meant when I was like building for 2 formats within like a few days of each other, one of which is this team and the other of which is yours, is crazy. We have Scarf Kyogre with Water Spout, Origin Pulse, Ice Beam, and Hydro Pump. We are clicking the water buttons on this thing. I went back and forth on the last slot being Thunder, but we have a Miraidon, so why would I need an electric type move when I have a Miraidon, right? So I just wanted a good single target water move for the high probability of wide guards. That gives you a strong option to still hit with Kyogre, even if the team is not maybe as geared up for it. We have Zamazenta. Real and true. What? Oh, I didn't. That reminds me. I didn't start. Are we live? Are we live?
Just sub.
Couple of people have asked for a few more minutes, so let's start at 12:15. Okay, cool. So we have 15 minutes until we start. I'll hold. I'm sorry. I just had a stroke trying to read Topo's message in the, cause I'm just gonna copy and paste this. Can anyone decipher what this means? Can anyone tell me what this means? Cause I have a lot of questions. But perfect, that gives me enough time to get stream avatars going up because I forgot. Oh. Forgot that was a thing. But how you doing, Wyatt? Good to see you. Bree could, yeah. Bree would understand what the fuck that meant. There we go. That gives me more time to also check over my team sheet. Continue to check over my team sheet. We have Behemoth Bash. My biggest concern of running Heavy Slam is everything's fucking heavy. All these goddamn restricteds are heavy as shit. So we're running Bash instead for just more consistent damage. We have Miraidon. It's kind of a hybrid Miraidon set. We're Terra Electric for drift and volt switch damage, but we also have Dazzling Gleam over like a discharge, because I don't have a lot of things on my team that would really appreciate taking a discharge from the side. So we yeah, the lighting in here is quite good when it's daylight outside. It's funny. And then we have Ensign, and it's Ensign. Our only real tech is that we're Jolly Ensign to be a little bit faster. But yeah, he's a funny guy. We've also got Covert Cloak on him, so he's non-fake outable, which is very nice. Yeah, the sun is not a Canadian sun, unfortunately. We do not have all day sunlight, very tragically. Who else do we have? I'm trying to pull up tabs of our other folks that are streaming this, because you should go check out some of our friends who are all going to be playing, including but not limited to Keely and Leaf and Topo, and I don't think Topo's live yet, but we got a lot of folks. That's all you got? I got you. Electric, Keely, Topo, Wapo. That was just Bo. See, now you guys get to see why she does this all the time and not me, because I clearly have no fucking clue what's going on. And I'm gonna be so unfortunately bluntly honest here. I still do not know how to say Ruby, who is the host of this tournament. I do not know how to say her username correctly. I just realized, like, today when I was putting it in my title that I am apparently dyslexic as fuck because I had my T and my G's switched up the entire time that I've been reading it, but they're also gonna be playing. Showing off her model. Oh yeah. So this is my high def model. I can make it A pose. I can make it T pose. And that's really all that it does. The tracking's a little off. You might notice that my face looks really stupid most of the time. That's just how it looks. AI generated, yeah. I am actually an AI generated human. That's why I never show you my hands, because I have 47 fingers. You know, it's all part of it. Yeah, I cannot unfortunately YMCA, but you know, here we are. Standard tracking issues, truly. I'm gonna put back on the music because my Pokemon music is not very loud. I'll put it back on when it's in battle. No longer Scruffy since I bugged him to unscruff it. So funny thing was, I was initially going out on Thursday of this week. I had a event that I was going to be going to with my family on Thursday, and so I was like, okay, that's, you know, added reason. I've been bugged about being Scruffy a couple of times. I now have added reason to unscruff because I'm going out and, you know, actually interacting in public with people. We have come to the realization that we were wrong about the day, didn't know when we were supposed to go, missed it, and then kind of just said, okay, well, fuck it, never mind. So I, you know, but it's okay. It was must see. Must see TV. I've officially switched over. I now look, you know, like a civilized human being for the first time in a hot minute. When picking the battle rules, select the one that restricts levels but not Pokemon. I'm pretty sure it's the second or third rule set in the list. Cool. I think it's Prog Atog, because on Twitter the A is capitalized. So I think it's like Prog Atog. But I'm not 100% on that, and I will tell you instead to go follow them and ask in their chat how to pronounce it so that they get the engage. See, this is it's all a long con to see how we can get everybody in every chat. I actually don't know how any of these people are pronounced. It's Hat Sun Chew. No idea. Never heard of it. Electricule. Maybe, I don't know. You should go follow there as well and ask. Tupa Whoopie. Pin me to your ear so I can be in your ear so you win. You're so real for that. Oh, there's an error. Hello? Why is Stream Avatars having an error? Well, that's awkward. I was wondering, because I was like, I hit connect and I still don't see them now all of a sudden. No idea. I don't think we're gonna have time to fix it, so we might just not have avatars today. That may just be the vibe. True. I can't possibly win unless you're in my ear, so I think we're cooked. I think it's over, chat. We might be cooked. If I can't have Cat in my ear telling me every move, I mean, what do we do after that? I guess, you know, we can always try to fix it between matches. Rip stream avatars. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with it. I genuinely have no idea. So, surely something. They've died in real time, and it's so tragic. I love watching. I'm tabbing through to make sure I get, you know, tabs of some of the other folks that are playing, and the dichotomy of I have them all muted, so I can't really see what's happening, but I've got Topo upside down setting up his Switch as we speak. I can see that. I have Keely, who is it looks like just running her actual team, actually. Just with a Jirachi, which is heat. I love that. Just admitting to cheating. Yeah, I'm pulling up the streams. It's okay. I won't be able to see them during the game. And if I did, I would be on too much of a delay for it to actually mean anything. I think that would be a really funny tournament. That would be a really funny idea. You both get to watch each other's screen. You're watching each other's stream, and you're both just cheating off of what the other person is doing. Or consider, you can only see your opponent's screen. You cannot see your own screen. You can only see your opponent's screen. Now we're thinking content. VGC tournament, but you cannot see your own screen. You can only see your opponent's screen. So you have to remember like how many button inputs you've done to get to like what section. So true. So true. All right, we should be imminent. I'm excited. I'm ready to go. We've got a lot of good players. The thing about this tournament is like I am so very like I could very easily win this tournament. I could very easily go 0-5. Like, you know, there's a lot of good players. I'm not really, you know, whatever the result is, the result is, and that's just, you know, how it's gotta be. And I'm not too upset about it regardless. But I think this is gonna be a lot of fun. A lot of cool people who I'm sure have built some very cool teams. And I'm excited to see what's going on. Oh, somebody is having tech issues. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. That's no good. Not what you'd like to see. Asked about Koromon last night. Here's my thing. Here's my thing with Koromon. It was a dog shit game to stream. I'm not going to say it was an indictment on the game itself, but it was a ass game to stream. And it's partially the game's fault, partially my fault, just because of how I like to stream things. But my thought process when it comes to Koromon is pretty simple. When I do, like, you know, because what it was we were playing on hard. We were playing in hard mode with like nuzlocking rules, pretty much, as a first playthrough, which was part of the issue, I would say, because we didn't fully know what to expect or what we were getting into. But it was a fun challenge. I thought it was good. But what ended up happening was, because of, you know, it being Nuzlocke rules and stuff, you had to do a lot of grinding. And for me, when I play like a Pokemon challenge run and stuff, that's not fun content, right? That's not something that's enjoyable to make when it's like, because the problem was, what happens is each area you go through like a couple of routes, a town or two, you know, whatever. And then at the end you fight a boss. And that boss is always 15 levels higher, 20 levels higher than everything else in that area, and gets like Omni boosts just for existing. So it was just like, you could not play a Nuzlocke version without going to the boss level. But in doing so, in going to the boss level, you then just steamrolled everything else. So it was kind of like, you know, that was something where it was just like, yeah, man, you're just shit out of luck with that, and it's a shame, but it is what it is. I'm excited to say that I think there are a lot of good, positive things in Koromon. The designs were great. The like gameplay, I think the like battle gameplay was very good compared to like a Pokemon. It was very similar, but it had its own unique flair to it. It's just it was not a game for me for stream, and that was one of the things that stopped me. Some of the mons were cute. Listen, I still call Pal World mons. I call everything mons. That's just, I have brain rot. We know it's there. We are not surprised by this fact. Why is my bot not on? There we go. I don't know what the fuck happened there. Because they're called Koromon? Yeah, true. That's fair. So it looks like we're just waiting on this one person to get their tech issues situated. And then we will be, oh, just kidding. Round 1 is up? Question mark? The way that I roll fucking Topo round 1 is crazy. The way that I roll Topo round 1. All right. Well, All right, Topo is rocking the Indeedee female Ice Rider Calyrex, Palkia, Annihilate, Magirna, and Lunala. Okay. Okay. This is a tough team. This is gonna be a no joke kind of team. I have a lot of respect for Topo. He is a very good player. Good homie. Very good Trick Room player. He calls himself the Trick Room one trick because he is very good at Trick Room. And this team is a interesting one. Lustrous Orb, Terra Ground, Palkia, Hydro Pump, Spatial Rend, Trick Room, Protect. We have Terra Water, Ice Rider, Calyrex, Lance, Horsepower, Protect, Trick Room. We have Magirna with Trick Room, Protect, Flash Cannon, Dazzling. We have Scarf, Gambit, Ape with Coaching, Shadow Claw, Close Combat. Wide Guard, Trick Room, Meteor Beam, Moongeist, Lunala. Indeedee, Dazzling, Trick Room. 5 of his 6 Pokemon have Trick Room. Alrighty. Yep. That I wouldn't expect anything less, honestly, from Topo, but I did fully just miss that. Cat-a-tat, welcome in. How's it going? I'm sorry that the alerts aren't making noise for some reason. Everything on my stream seems to be broken. Everything seems to be broken. Okay. So we... Did it pop up? It did pop up. 1, 2, 2, 3, 5, 5. Ching now. Good luck. Have fun. Missed it. Yeah, it did pop up, but it didn't make any noise, and I don't know why. But all right. Okay. The question I have to GS Cup rules 2, I believe. Ooh. Okay. Not this one. Well, this is awkward. Surely we'll get there. Last playing Minecraft. Ooh. Yes. Cup rules 1. Okay. Okay. I have messaged. Ah, okay. Flat rules. There we go. There we go. We got there. All right. Let me... I apologize in advance for the flashbang that may or may not happen. It didn't happen. Let me turn this volume up, please. There we go. All right. Good luck. Have fun to Mr. Topo Wapo. Okay, so the biggest thing I have to figure out right now is this ape situation. I do not want to get gambited right away, but if I lead too cautious around the ape, I get nuked. I think I expect the ape to show up. The question is what pairs with it. I think this is the 4 we bring. Yeah, Topo's a great team builder. I know he's gonna bring it. He's very good. I've played against him a number of times. I have a lot of respect. I feel like we have bumped into each other on ladder more times than I would like to. I would say my record against him is not the greatest, but we will see how things go. Okay, so I would assume I need to check. Scarf Ape is going to be faster than Kyogre. Yes. Scarf Ape, Jolly Ape is going to be faster than our Ogre. So they can just opt to delete Kyogre if they would like. I'm going to make this play here. It probably allows Trick Room up, but I would be willing to trade Ogre for Ape in this scenario. Ape will be faster and it will have more HP. So if it decides to gambit into the Ogre slot, we do have options. Okay. They go water on Magearna right away. That's to be expected. Okay. Do we make the trade? We do make the trade. That's fine by me. Their Terra is now downed. Magearna does get the double boost, which is unfortunate, but I think we actually are okay with this. We go into our own mag here, I think. Actually, no, we go Zama here. Missed your first focus blast? Let's go. Palkia. Okay. All right, this is the call. This is the call that I have to make here. And it's a risky one, but... I'm shocked you clicked the move, honestly. Flash cannon. Whew. Big damage. It's Life Orb on Zirna. It's half to Palkia. Hydro Pump connects. That's what we didn't want to see. We had hope that the Hydro Pump would not connect, and that was, I think, the only play that we had there that would not have allowed that to go off. Okay. So we do have the advantage here of being min speed Magearna. So if they're min speed, we're in a speed tie. We have to just hope we win it. If they're not min speed, we will be slower. We are slower. Perfect. Magearna goes down. Hydro Pump connects into Zama. Press goes into Palkia. That's 2 KOs right back. We have had... This is turn 3 of Trick Room. Right? This is turn 3 of Trick Room. I want to break the shield before Magearna gets a hit off. My goal is to break the shield before Magearna gets the hit off. Moongeist goes into the Magearna slot. Perfect. No, it goes into the Zama spot. Okay, that's fine. That's A-okay. They do not have Protect on this Lunala. Meteor Beam. Okay. What kind of damage is this doing? It's a resisted hit. Oh, we're good. Oh, we're good. I don't think a Moongeist KOs here. Because we're both neutral. Yeah, we're good. Woo! It looked dicey. It looked dicey. But, I think the safer play there was definitely to protect at least one more turn to get a little bit more lefties recovery. But that's Magirna, and that's the advantage. This is the matchup that Magirna being min speed is probably the most important one. I don't know if it's a case of Topo's Magirna is not min speed, or if it's a case of that was just a speed tie that we won. But that's a very important aspect of this. Okay. I think we changed things up. 1, 2, 3, and then the last Mon. I think we go Ogre. Or Mirai. Do we go Ogre or Mirai? I think we go Ogre. This lead allows us to protect around the early trade with Ape. Which I think is a big deal for us. And we know that our Magirna is at least in a speed tie. We have double protect in front of the Ape, and if we lock the Ape into Gambit in Trick Room, where that either forces a switch or forces a very low HP Gambit. We just double protect this out. There is a decent chance that they just switch the Ape. But I'm honestly kind of okay with that scenario. Okay, coaching is fine. Makes Magirna a little more obnoxious to deal with from a special standpoint. Okay, they just go for the attack. Okay. Coaching that gets into +2. But they don't Terra. So it is still super effective. Okay. We are in a dead speed tie. Okay, that's good to know. We are in a dead speed tie with these two Magirnas. Flash Cannon goes into my Magirna. Special defense drops, unfortunate. I'm gonna greed a little bit, I think. Withdraws the 8. Goes into Calyrex. Okay. Good damage into Magirna. We once again move faster. We've won the speed tie a lot. Unless they're going for Trick Room. They might go for Trick Room here. Okay. Okay. They have not yet Terra'd. What do we have here? Okay. Terra comes out. I'm assuming this is on Callie to go water to resist the flash cannon. Yep. Okay. High horsepower goes into my horse. Flash cannon goes into my mag. That doesn't pick up the Magirna. Ooh. That's unfortunate. Oh, that's really unfortunate. High horsepower misses. Huge, huge high horsepower miss. Dazzling. Mag faints to its own life orb, which is unfortunate because we don't get the boost. But this does make it a single target lance. What is our Indeed? Okay. There's the Psychic Seed. Okay. We have 2 turns left of Trick Room. We need the 8, I think, to come out sooner rather than later. Battle is canceled. Ooh. 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 GG's to Topo, man. That was a crazy set. Ooh. He played that really well. That, I think, genuinely, if that high horsepower hits it in combination with the dazzle, would have been enough. Yeah, I think we got very, very lucky. We won the speed tie in game 1, and we got the high horsepower miss. Ooh. Not a single Amoonguss in the tour. Listen, I had initially Amoonguss prep. I had like Terra Grass on my my Zom, and I had, you know, I initially had goggles on Ensign, and then I was like, I'm running Miraidon. I don't give a shit about Amoonguss. Ooh, okay. That was a very scary round 1. but we pull it out. What else is going on here? Ruby beat Ezra Everstone 2-0. Leaf beat Konafor 2-0. Good shit, Leaf. Pylo Swine Fan beat Bailey Max 2-0. Keeley and Shattered Time are in a 1-1 tie going to game 3. Luis and Cho Raven is a 1-0 set. And Catatatatat and the Mismatcher are 0-0. How I accidentally won. Bro, we're ready to cook. We're ready to cook. What can I say? Yeah, no, I am. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, we're the only two in sin. Dead ass. That's so funny. Like, I think no matter what we have going forward, I am happy to have played Topo. I always enjoy playing Topo. It's always a stressful back and forth kind of game. And he's a very good player. You have the only Rilla. Yeah, mine's named RAR XD, so, you know. RAR XD the Serene, mind you. He's very peaceful in Cinero. Let me give Topo a proper shout out here. If you're not already following Topo, please go do so. He's the GOAT. I love watching his trick room shenanigans. He has inspired me to make a lot of interesting, weird teams in the past, because he's a great team builder. And I have a lot of respect for him as a player. I think that is genuinely like one of the first times I've ever beaten him in a set. I've taken games off of him in ladder randomly here and there, but they're a little more few and far between. So I'm happy to be able to take that set. That's a pretty crazy one. So more likely than not, by the looks of it, Ruby, Leaf, Piloswine, Fan, or Cho Raven are up for, as of right now, my round 2 opponent. We are waiting on 2 sets to be finished. So we are almost there, but not quite. Looking back on game 1, I think a aggressive play there would have probably been better. In that maybe a as opposed to a what's it called? A lead from Ogre. I think I could have left the Ogre either in the back or at home and gone for like an in-sin lead to get a fake out off onto to the Magirna, and then, like, you know, something with an offensive presence to kind of try to force the issue. Or the other option would have been to get a parting shot. Lead like in-sin plus something else, parting shot out. They get Trick Room up, and but I get to stun lock the ape. Because what we pretty much did is we gave Magirna a Nasty Plot and Trick Room on turn 1 for free, which is a crazy thing to do. a outright crazy, outlandish thing to do, but that's the way of the world, truly. I do like that lead a lot from Topo, though. I think that's a really creative way of solving a lot of problems at once, right? It's the ape will just KO most restricteds, It can just delete things that are going to be thorns in your side. And in doing so, it knocks itself out, which gives Magearna a boost, and it knocks the opponent out, which gives Magearna a boost. I think it's a really cool tech mon for just like, it's one that you probably wouldn't have expected. I know I was not prepping for Gambit Ape in this tournament, but like it was scary. It was a very scary matchup because I just didn't have a lot that I could realistically do. None of my mons are faster than the ape. I don't have a priority option to block it. The only thing that I have priority on the entire team is Fake Out, which it's immune to because it's a ghost. So like my game one strat was literally just give that up and hope. Give that up and hope we can come back from it. And I think if we lose the speed tie on the Magearnas, we probably do lose the game. But you know, you take the risks. You put yourself in a position where, you know, if you can get the roll, you can get it. And that was our win con in that game, was literally to win that speed tie. If we win the speed tie, we're immediately in like a we can bring this back position. If we don't win the speed tie, you're immediately in a it's so fucking over position. So, you know, them's the breaks. Show and tell what you bought me, but you wouldn't tell me what you bought me. I would if it was here, but it's not here yet. I think it's supposed to get on Tuesday is when it's supposed to get in. So let me see. Keely looks like she is in a position where she could win game 3 here. Looking across at some of the other ones, she is in a winning position. My Magearna was in a speed tie with the other one, yes. We won 2 out of 3, I believe. And then there was one that we won the speed tie, but it was because they were going for Trick Room. So they went last no matter what. But yeah, we won 2 out of 3. I believe, if I'm not mistaken. We were both perfectly min speed Magearna. Which is, it is kind of my one like ace in the hole a little bit. For just hoping that, you know, hey, maybe. Oh, Keely gets the flinch. I'm watching. I should pull the streams that I could, the end streams up. Let me. I do window capture properties. This one. There we go. Yeah, as Leaf said, Dire Claw plus Jirachi Serene Grace Ironhead is really fucking funny. Because there's a very high chance you just don't get to act in a turn. Okay, so that's Keely has won that one 2-1. And we're just waiting on Atatat and the Mismatcher. Are they streaming? Is Catatat live right now? No. Here we go. I'll watch Leaf's stream of Leaf watching Keely. There we go. Is this meta enough for us yet? All right, it looks like we are close. Oh, wait. We've got a stream here. Hold on. Is this the last one? Oh, this one looks over. In that game, that one's over. We've got a Darkrai Gravity team on the field, huh? All right. All right. Gravity Darkrai is out in the field. Oh boy. What's my answer to that? Did I watch Keely? I did. I watched Keely get Dire Claw, Para, and Ironhead flinches. And that's very funny. All right, so that's that set, or is that just game one? I like that I'm once again watching a stream while watching a stream. Ice Rider Calyrex is the most used Pokemon, huh? Watch Leaf right now. Oh, I got you. There we go. Now we're talking. This is content. That's okay. I watched the end of Keely's set through your stream too. So this is real content right here. This is what we've been waiting for. Okay. What does the metagame look like? Arceus. 6 Arceus is kind of nutty, actually. I thought about bringing Arceus, but I was like, 5 Kyogre, 4 Indeedee, 4 Magearna, 3 Diancie, Farigiraf, Miraidon, Lunala, Attack Deoxys, Zacian, Smeargle, Blood Moon, Darkrai, 2 Darkrai's in the field. 1 Jirachi, 1 Sableye. Who's the one who brought Sableye? I want to know. I gotta know who this is. I respect the hell out of that one. Sky Shaman is sick. Rayquaza, Hoopa Unbound, Hisui and Goodra. We got 1 Goodra gamer. Let's go. We got a Gouging Fire gamer. You love to see it. Dragonite, Komao, Tinglu, Origin. The other Darkrai. Right, it's Gravity. Right. I mean, my Darkrai matchup is literally just bring Miraidon. So, like, I feel like we're okay in that regard. But because there's only 1 Rilla. There's 4 Indeedees. So that's my terrain counter for electric terrain is probably Indeedee. I don't know if either of those Darkrai teams have one, but let's see. Darkrai. This one does not have an Indeedee. And this one does have an Indeedee. Okay, the Ezra team does have Indeedee Darkrai, so that's a threat. Why do so many else suck at clipping? I would expect more from the streamers, personally. You gotta clip your own content. Come on, guys. Get that shit cooking. You're not funny? I mean, neither am I, but that's okay. This team goes crazy. Wait a minute. Attack Deoxys, Shaman Sky, Rayquaza Arceus. Both probably extreme speed. Smeargle, Diancie, Ice Rider, Calyrex, Urshifu, Farigiraf, Blood Moon, Ursaluna is a spook group. I'll give it that. It's pairing now. Cool. Motherfucker! It would be. It would be. I have had to play Topo into Leaf is crazy. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Okay. Vex, Unbound, Hoopa, Rilla, Insin, Ogre, Girna, Callie. Okay. What's our game plan here? What do we like? I'm not making it. You make it. Let me switch back over here. All right, what do I like here? Fake out spam is annoying because I only have 2 mons that can protect around it. And I have Ensign. I do think Ensign is good here. The Ogre can't protect. I can't be faked out by Rilla or Ensign. We have a Magirna mirror with the same set. We have a Calyrex mirror, but hers is Terra Ground instead of Terra Fire. Coda's Leaf forfeits. Okay. Leaf forfeited the match. So everyone, hold on. Let me, just so everyone can see that Leaf forfeits. So even if we lost, we didn't actually lose. Because Leaf forfeit, we're just playing the game for content's sake. Just, I want everybody to know that in their heart of hearts, that Leaf forfeit before the match started, and therefore, we won regardless of result. That I didn't make that code cheated. What the fuck do you mean? You could see it. I showed it on screen. Okay. What is the play here? I think we go 1, 2, Zama 3. Leaf forfeit. I made the code. You're so right, actually. Okay. Best of luck. Have fun. To Miss Leaf underscore VGC or whatever her name is now. Whatever username it is this month. Yeah, whichever one, you know. One of them. Okay, so we lose the terrain battle, which I'm okay with, because we can Volt switch our way right out. Take out the Hoopa, Volt switch the Hoopa. It can't protect. We probably get faked out, but that's fine. Realistically, this is just a handshake. Yippee! We love handshakes! Terra is fighting. She's clicking Focus Blast. She's clicking Focus Blast. I feel like she had to click Focus Blast because I know that we talked about clicking Focus Blast beforehand. Going to Magirna. If it was going into instant, it's not hitting shit, is all I'm saying. Okay, Ogre comes out. This is ideal for us, actually. Koopa goes Focus Blast. Parting Shot comes out. The old double pivot Rooney, baby. Can't call Ogre Kyogre Ogre anymore. Yeah. We love ourselves a nice double pivot. Okay. I feel like one of these slots wants to go into Rillaboom. Because she's already Terra'd. One of these spots wants to go out into Rillaboom. I just don't know which one. Okay, I called wrong. I called incorrectly. Farewell. Once again, sweet prince. Okay. This water move could hurt a lot. Ice Beam. Okay, that's fine. That's so fine. The greed pays off. The greed pays off in a big way. This is a -1 Ogre. Water Spout. Okay. Okay. That's fine. U-turn. We should live that. Okay. Another spout. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. What does the Hoopa lock into here? That's the real question. Dark Pulse. As long as we don't flinch. Tough flinch. Very tough flinch. Okay. One of these mons is going into Rillaboom again. I think we go here. Okay, we called it right this time. We called it correctly this time. We got it wrong once, we got it right once. We're just playing the pivot game right now. Volt switch off the Hoopa. Dog comes in. Dark Pulse isn't going to do much of anything. That did more than I would have thought, actually. Ooh, that almost KO'd. Big dog. They can fake out whatever spot they want. That's fine. Dark Pulse. Get a little bit more chip down. Hoopa says goodbye. Bye-bye. Okay. Do we think the ogre... It can't click a water move, right? We are faster, presumably. Okay. Thunder goes into Magearna. Woodhammer double into Magearna. Ooh, wow. Is that Banded Rilla? Probably. Okay. I actually don't remember the team sheet. No, it's Grassy Seed. Okay. Miracle Seed. Cool. The Kyogre cannot protect. And her Magearna does not have multi-target moves. So we just body press the Ogre and protect here, I think. Okay. Both Magearnas get a Soul Heart boost. All Mind goes off. Yeah. They just don't have enough damage to break 3 at this point. Between having to break Zama, who's going to do a lot of damage, having to break Magearna, who's going to do a lot of damage, and then I come in at the end with Miraidon. Yeah, that's way too much damage. Draining Kiss off the Zama. Oof. I don't remember how many boosts Magearna had, but I think it was like 4. So... Okay. We made a couple of wrong calls, but the revolving door gameplay did work. I do think there's a change-up. I do think she makes a change-up. The question is, what's the change-up? I don't think Hoopa was cooking, I'll be honest. And I could see her leaving Hoopa behind. Like, I think the Hoopa struggled a lot. In truth. So I could see that one get put on the bench. I could also see the Ogre get put on the bench. I don't think the Ogre contributed much in that match. Okay. We're playing with a game, so this is a little bit more of a risky call. It is Hoopa. Hoopa instant, okay. Does she once again lock into the, My instant's faster. Does she once again lock into the Focus Blast, is the question. Because this is a pretty free Calm Mind turn. Okay, they went for the fake out. Frick, that's fine. I am okay with that. Parting shot off of you. This is a -1 right now. I'm gonna protect. Focus Blast connects. I don't think it should kill though, without the specs. Ooh. A little more than I would have liked, but attempted a parting shot. Koopa goes out for Rilla, probably. Okay. So we're gonna be neutral on our special attack here. On Magearna. That's good damage. Since avatars won't work, yeah. Parting shot sets us back to neutral. On. Okay. God, if that was a flash cannon into that slot instead, I would have been cooking. Not much in the way of damage. If this is a Lance, this is scary, but I don't think they click Lance here. Takeout goes into Mirai. Fine. High horsepower goes in. Okay. That works for me. The Rilla is stuck on the field. I think this is Dazzle Flash Cannon into the horse. Actually, what do boosts look like? We're gonna get an instant to take this hit. Gorilla goes down. She's Terra Ground on this horse, so I don't want to click what's it called? Electric move. We're giving this horse a free buff here. The question we have is how much damage does this Dazzle do? Does this Dazzle put us in range? It should kill the Ensign. That's not 2-hit damage. High horsepower goes into the Ensign. Fine. Something's getting faked out here. Takeout goes into Zama. Cool. Okay. Trick Room, I think, is actually fine for us here, because we have Magirna. Horsepower goes into Zama. Doesn't get the KO. Woodhammer goes into Mirai. Crit is unfortunate. Crit is really unfortunate. I don't know that we live that without, but... Okay, that's enough to pick that KO up. It's Hoopa Rilla versus Zama Magirna. Rilla's gone. I think Magearna wins this end game. I think Magearna has the damage needed. Focus Blast connects on Magearna. Okay. That's fine. Body Press goes into the Hoopa. Oh my god, that damage. Yeah, we win. Hoopa has no multi-target hits. This is a Draining Kiss and a Body Press, and we win. Let's go, baby. Let's go. 4-0. Woo. GG's, though. GG's to Leaf. That was really well played. Whew. All right. What is going on elsewhere? Let's see what our pairings look like. Ruby has defeated Keeley 2-0. Topo, Wapo, and Piloswine Fan are in a 1-1 match here. Let me pull this up. The Mismatcher and Cho Raven 1-0. 24 and Ezra Everstone 1-1. And Catatat is up 1-0 on Luis RM. So most likely I will play Ruby, Cho, or if Piloswine wins game 3. Topo has... Let me put this over here so I can actually watch it. Topo has Ape and Didi left. Ooh, this is not looking great. Not looking great for Topo here in game 3. Double edge on the Arceus. Is this banded probably? Play rough, deletes the ape, and yeah. Unfortunate. Not looking too hot over there. Shattered Time is already done. Leaf is done. Leaf is playing a ladder match. Healy is done. All right, Piloswine Fan did win 2-1 over Topo. So I'm playing either Ruby, who is running a similar team to Topo, but with a Miraidon as well. That's a scary team. No wide guard. Does mean that Kyogre can cook a little bit. Pair of Fairy on the Magearna. Pair of Grass on the Ape. Electric Miraidon, Water Hands. Water Hands is one of the bigger issues, I think. Okay. I think that's a tough matchup, but it's a winnable one. Who else is there? Piloswine Fan. Arceus. Choice Band Arceus with Extreme Speed, Double Edge, Trick, Shadow Claw. Okay. That's Terra Normal E-Speed Gaming. That's a little spooky. We have Pow, Zacian. This is a must bring Ensign match, it looks like. And then the winner of this set would also be a possible one. First two rounds have been really good. Yeah, no, it's a fun format. Like, that's the thing that I feel like is really cool, is just like having a for fun format that's just like, hey, I just want to, everybody's out here booting up ladder games. Like, you know. Yeah, also the fact that I know both of my first two opponents is crazy. It would have been very fun if Keely had won her set and we got Keely round 3. I feel like that would have been the very funny option to just keep getting people we know every round. But I think now, no matter what, I do not know Pilot Wine Fan. I don't know Ruby very well, and I don't know either of these two. So no matter who we play here, we're playing somebody new, which I'm also excited for. I think that'll be a lot of fun. We just have the one set left to do, right? Yeah, just this one. What are they running? The Mismatcher is one of the Darkrai teams. It's the Darkrai Shocks team. And this is a Smeargle Diancie. Diamond Storm Play Rough Trick Room Body Press is interesting on that Diancie set. Terra Water. Is that Smoking Dude from Night in the Woods? I think so. How's it going, Kid Cosma? How are you doing? Poison, Sash, Urshifu, Fake Out, Wide Guard, Follow Me, Spore. No Decorate on the Smeargle. Ice Rider is Terra Water. Okay. Yeah, we're just waiting on that one. Do we have a stream of that one? Oh, we do. We're watching a stream of that one, but you know, it works. Whatever we must do. So we have Diancie, Kyogre, Haunts. I'm surprised there's not as many Ghost Horses. How many Ghost Horses are in the field? 2 of them. 2 Ghost Horse, 6 Ice Horse. People love them some Ice Horse. All right. In Trick Room, Lance KOs the Diancie, and if they're in Trick Room, Luna probably wins this, right? Yeah, so it's gonna be it looks like the Cali Smeargle Luna player that moves on to 2-0. What was the item on the horse? I didn't see it. If it can switch moves, it might have something here. Because they're both low. If it can get itself out of Trick Room. They need to go for like a lot of protects, but I also don't know that they live a Luna anything. That's the biggest thing. I don't know how many turns of Trick Room are left either. We jumped right in the middle of it. 1 turn left of Trick Room. All right, you get the double protect here. You don't get the double protect. Unfortunate. Lance. Just KOs, yeah. Alrighty. Allie. Moving on. Right now we have Callie number 1, Callie number 2, Hyla Swine Fan did not have a Cali. That was Cho Raven, who just won, who has a Cali. So the Ice Horses are performing pretty well. The Ice Horses are cooking. Which, I mean, I feel like you'd expect, honestly. I feel like that's the expectation, is Ice Horse is so good. Alright, so we should have round 3 pairings up. We do, and I am playing Cho Raven. That's the Cali player, right? The one we just saw. Okie dokie. Me. Switch us back over. I think the one good thing that we do have going for us right now that is an interesting thing is they are coming directly off a match. Like, they just finished that match and now they're coming right back into another one. So they have to like reset really quickly. I think that's a small advantage for us. But this team is scary. Covert Cloak, Smeargle, Sash Urshifu. I think Miraidon could cook here. I think Miraidon is one of our best mons for this matchup. I think Zama is also really good here. The other options are kind of just, you know, whatever the vibe. They have 2 Trick Room setters with Farigiraf and Calyrex. High key, I feel like a like Miraidon plus Calyrex lead is pretty threatening for them. Alright, so we're just waiting for them to get back. I think our matchup overall is pretty solid. But, like, that was kind of the goal behind the team, truly. The goal behind this team was to not hard lose any matchups. That's kind of what I was hoping for, was just like, we don't hard lose to anything. You know, it's a balanced team. We have good Trick Room answers because I figured Kali Magirna was going to be everywhere. We have good speed answers. We can do a lot of big damage very quickly. We have good options of damage mitigation with Ensign and with like Calm Mind, Wide Guard, etc. The question that I have is what has, like, realistically, I think they're gonna have to bring Farig to get Trick Room up. I think Farig is their only way to, like, reliably get Trick Room up in a lead situation. Because I have Fake Out Pressure, I can not worry about the Smeargle. And I have a lot of strong options into Cali. But we shall see. Whenever they, oh, there we go. They got us. All right, we should be starting any second now. Two, 5217, 5217. Alrighty. Let's get into it. Flat rules. All right. This is a weird matchup for sure. Just given the nature of things. But what do we like on our lead? I feel like Mirai Ensign or Mirai Kali are both really good in this scenario. The Diancie is scary for Calyrex. Could also go Mirai Magirna. With Zama Ensign. Not bringing Kali is a little scary, not gonna lie. But I want to see what they do with the Diancie first. Because we don't have a Terra that makes us strong to rock, we have to be careful around the Diancie. Like, I feel like a Smeargle plus one of their Trick Room setter lead gets them Trick Room up, but it is not free, and that's the thing that I'm working for, is make them have to give up something. Smeargle for Rig, okay, that is a-okay with. Volt Switch up to Farig and Calm Mind, I think, here. It's what? Fake Out, Follow Me, Wide Guard, Spore. Yeah. So nothing that they do is that threatening here. They can Fake Out, but like they're not putting on a lot of offensive pressure. Trick Room, Foul Play, Protect. The Farigiraf only has Foul Play as an attacking move, so it's not threatening anything. The Smeargle's not threatening any damage. So one of these is going to have to go out at some point once Trick Room goes up, which again is a benefit to me. They can't Spore anything. They can't Follow Me. Okay, let's just Follow Me Trick Room. That's fine. Actually, keeping the Smeargle alive here is very nice. Oh no, it's not Sash. Oh, it's Covert Cloak. Sash is on Urshifu. Right. I misread it. Okay, we get a Calm Mind up, so this is +2 Magirna. It's immediately threatening. A lot of damage. Trick Room goes up. I feel like Ursaluna's gotta come in here, right? Like, I can't see what else does well against 2 steel types. Like, Ice Rider doesn't want to deal with 2 steel types. Diancie doesn't want to deal with 2... Okay, it is Ice Rider. I'm going to Body Press, and I'm going to Protect. This gives me a scope of what this Calyrex wants to go for. I really don't have any need to respect the Farigiraf here. Foul Play is doing nothing into either of these targets. Like, a high horsepower doesn't KO Zama at any point. A Lance is negligible at best. Like... Helping Hand. Okay. High horsepower. Got that right. Body press. Just gets a little bit of chip down on Calyrex. Okay. We cover all options here. We have Wide Guard in the event of a Lance. We have Paragrass for the high horsepower. Is this Min Speed Calyrex? It is Min Speed Calyrex. Cool. We do not care. I'm telling you right now, we do not care. Withdraws the Farigiraf. Ursaluna. Cool. Calyrex protects. Cool. We have all of our Mons left. There is 1 turn left of Trick Room. They can't get enough mileage out of this turn, I don't think, to come back here. Like, even if they get a KO on like Zama or Magirna. If they pick up either KO here, it does not make much difference. They just don't have the damage left. High horsepower goes into Zama. That's fine. Earth power goes into Zama. That's fine. See, they double the Zama. And we're faster than Luna. Magirna gets another special attack boost. Flash Cannon goes into Ursaluna. Doesn't get the KO. But we now get to do the fun thing of, hey, remember that Choice Specs Miraidon from before? Yeah, that's back, and neither of your mons are in a position where they can live it to set Trick Room again. Dazzling Gleam. Draining Kiss to Calyrex. We forced them to have to go after Zama. Or rather, we forced them to have to pick one. They could pick one mon there to try to KO. They withdraw the Calyrex. Okay. I don't know what they're hoping this Farigiraf lives. I like, this is a +4 at least Draining Kiss for Magirna. Yeah. All right. Sick. God, aren't you glad this mod isn't normally legal in VGC? Aren't you glad that's not normally legal? What the fuck is that? That's disgusting. That was good. Cho, oh, you found him? Thank you. Appreciate you for that. I wasn't sure their stream info. Okay. They've got to change something, right? Do I need Ensign? We never showed Ensign. We never showed our fourth. I'm gonna go Callie instead. I think we change our leads because Zama still beats Smeargle. One press from Zama beats Smeargle, and it should be faster. And it also is better prepped in the event of a lead of something else. I just don't know what else have. Like, I could see like a Blood Moon to put on more offensive pressure into the Miraidon lead, but I feel like they want to change something up, though. Smeargle, Calyrex. Okay. Okay. They definitely want Trick Room up. Fine. Ready Press deletes the Smeargle. Alright, Trick Room goes up. Because we have Callie in the back, we're not as threatened by this. We're not min speed, though, on our Calyrex, which means we are at risk of taking a Blood Moon. Okay. That's a good play. That's a good call on their part. That's a problem. The power goes to Drama. If I had not gone for Wide Guard that turn, I almost clicked Body Press into the Luna. If we'd clicked Body Press into Luna, we win. I think we just outright win. They're terastallizing. It's presumably the horse. Yep. Take Flash Cannon. Wide Guard goes up. Horsepower. KO Zama. Crit. I don't know how much that crit matters. It was going to be a tight roll based on the last game. Blood Moon, we are +1. Okay, take that comfortably. Okay. We need to get ourselves out of Trick Room here. That's going to be the key. Of which we have 2 turns left. Okay. That's fine, actually, because then we get Miraidon in. if we can survive this one turn of Trick Room, we get Miraidon in. We just need Calyrex to live the hits. Which I think it should be able to take this double up. This is a +1 Lance and a Hyper Voice. Okay. Yeah, we're fine. Now, even if Magearna goes down to this Calyrex the next turn, we are comfortably okay. I think we go for the double anyways. I think this is a double protect every day of the week. Urshifu in the back. Oh, wait a minute. That changes things. Magearna gets the double protect. That's huge, actually. Sucker Punch is enough to just take out the horse. I almost went just double protect there. Just try to protect out the Trick Room turns, but... Alright, Trick Room returns to normal. Miraidon comes out of the back. The horse gets deleted by a drift. Can we afford to go for it, is the question. I think we have no choice. The double protect actually might win us the game. I can't let Trick Room go up a second time, is the biggest thing. Okay. Does Magearna live a close combat or a wicked blow? Because this Urshifu has Sash, meaning it can take one hit. We need Magearna to live one. Wicked blow goes into Magearna. It does live. We win. Woo! GG's. Holy Magearna's health! And just like that, Magearna is full HP again. Ooh, GG's. GG's. That was tight. A lot of that set was just doing enough damage that they couldn't get a second Trick Room up. That was the biggest thing. Get the slow play enough that Zama and Mirai, or Zama and what's its face? Magearna can get enough slow play through the Trick Room, put on enough damage to warrant, you know, concern. Woo, okay. That's we are 6-0 in games, 3-0 in sets. That's what you like to see. Ruby and Piloswine Fan are in a 1-1 tie right now. The winner of that will probably be my next round opponent. Leaf is up 1-0 on Cheddar Time. Catatat beat Keely 2-0. Mismatcher beat Ezra Everstone 2-0. Papa Wapo beat Bailey Max 2-0. And Konafor beat Luis RM 2-0. So all of the sets are done except for Leaf and Ruby's. Leaf has won, and Leaf was up. Yep. So Leaf has won her set. Let's go, Leaf. And ooh, this is an interesting endgame. Lance takes out the Tinglu. What does Kyogre click? If Kyogre can click any move here in Trick Room, it wins, right? Before the Miraidon goes off. I would think that that spout is more than enough, yeah. Ooh. Hoopa Magirna is fucking goated. Let's go, Leaf. Let's fucking go. You know, my, in game 1 of, my set, my Magirna got to +6. It was, egregious. It was, I was playing against, Kali Eye, Blood Moon, Smeargle, and, Farigiraf. And I had Zama and Taro Grass, tragic. Zama and Terra Grass, Magirna cooked like crazy. Soul Heart, it's so fucking insane. Genuinely, because like the thing is, I would lead Magirna in that set, and they had to follow me with Smeargle to get Trick Room up. In order to get their Trick Room up, they had to use Follow Me Smeargle. So okay, they use Follow Me Trick Room. I sit there, Calm Mind, and KO the Smeargle because it was Cloak, not Sash. So I sit there, KO the Smeargle, Calm Mind, I'm +2 Magirna, and suddenly you better look the fuck out. Last round of Swiss is up. All right. We are playing against Piloswine Fan. All right. Luna VGC. All right. Let's go back to game screen. Okay, we have Arceus, Tinglu, Chenpao, Zacian, Lunala, Kyogre. Okay. 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 Okay, so this is the Bandit Arceus with Pow. Up against Keely, you're about to get so haxed. You got this. I believe in you. Just don't get flinched, don't get slept, don't get parried, don't get deleted by Miraidon. Technically insane. How are you? How are the games? We are 3-0 in sets, 6-0 in games. We are playing the only other undefeated person right now. So we will see how this goes. That's my stream. I'm trying. I'm trying my damnedest here. Couldn't end up making it today. Nah, you're all good. Hope you are doing well. All right, what's my call here? I kind of think we go 1-2 with Ogre Mirai in the back. They don't have a good anti-fake out option here, which means no matter what, they're getting a lot of pressure immediately. The Arceus does not have Protect. The Ting-Lu does not have Protect. The Lunala does not have Protect. Mystic Water on the Ogre. Ting-Lu, Arceus. Okay. Something's gonna tear her right away. So it's Ting-Lu. To be expected. Hito goes into Lu. No E-Speed. Trick goes into Incin, that's fine. I am more than okay with that. Body press the Arceus slot. Parting shot off the Ting-Lu. Arceus is gone. Ruination is a problem for us. We don't love taking Ruinations here. But yeah, God is dead. God is dead and I killed him. I feel like Mirai just does really well against the field here, but also Ogre. I'm gonna go Mirai. Ruination comes out. Goes into Zama. That's what we expected. Does not have Protect. What's it with me and killing gods? All part of the program. Volt Switch. I don't think that's going to be enough to KO. Fine. Moonblast goes into the Incin slot. Ruination again goes into the Ting-Lu, or into the Zama spot. Withdraws Ting Lu. Zacian. That's fine. Behemoth Bash goes in here. Lunala is down. We are in great shape. We are in very, very good shape. This Zacian does not have Sacred Sword. And if I die to it, I die to it. That is okay. Right, I'm choiced. That's okay. Flare Rock goes into Zamazenta. It does not get the KO. Body Press goes into Zacian. Also does not get the KO. Stomping Tantrum goes into Miraidon. Nobody's getting KOs these days. Miraidon, go back out into Ensign. All I really am looking for at this point is an opening to get Kyogre in for free. Scarf Kyogre will be faster than the Zama or the Zacian. Behemoth Blade. Really? Really? I'm shocked by that one. I mean, now it's really over. Electricity disappears from the battlefield. You go back into Mirai, and I go into Mirai because I don't want to reveal my last Pokemon yet. I don't want to show the ogre in the back. I click Fake Out here, I get locked into Fake Out, but I would think Fake Out and 2 drifts is enough. Terra Electric Drift. Even with Vessel of Ruin. Lovely. More than enough damage. Ooh. Okay. What do you mean, Wyatt? What the fuck you mean? Did that work? Was that enough? Okay. No. Well, I think the same grouping wins, unironically. Ensign is a rough matchup for this team. They do not like getting cycled. Ensign Zama in general does really well here. Wait, it actually worked? Built different, baby. Built different. They also never saw the ogre in the back, which is a big thing, I think, for me. They don't know what my last mon was. And that ogre is a big threat to... If I can remove the Arceus from play, that ogre is a massive, massive threat. I just don't think Arceus does a lot here for them, honestly. Like, resisted E-Speed into Inglusation. Okay. I think we make the same play here. Okay, we made in game one. They're gonna immediately Terra again. This is probably Zacian, right? Terra Fairy? Nope. King Lu again. That makes sense. They don't want to get pressed to death. Substitute, that's fine. That's actually totally fine. Okay. I should have gone for it. I almost went for another Iron Defense. The greed. Coronation connects. This is a moment where I wish I had Protect, I will say. Withdrew King Lu for Lunala. Not what I love to see. Play Rough goes into... Okay. Substitute Faded. We withdraw the Zacian. King Lu comes back out. Behemoth Bash, even the Luna, Moongeist goes into Zama. It's fine. Ooh. Beam them. No, don't beam them. What's up, Obsty? How you doing? Withdrew Lunala. Or Kyogre. Problem being, they've already parried. Meaning this Kyogre is not safe from a Miraidon. Stomping Tantrum at -2 going into Zama is doing nothing. Miraidon does work here now. Miraidon does real work here now. Withdrew Ting-Lu or Zacian. Okay. There's the text. That's a lot of damage into Zacian. I think I'm willing to give up those buffs. You know. Play Rough goes into Zama. Gets that KO. They stay in with Ogre, which is not great for me. I thought they would go out. Water Spout. I think we live this. We do not live this. Ooh. That's bad. That's bad. Very bad. Oh, that's really bad. I fucked up. They made a really aggressive call and I fucked it up. I thought for sure that was like Ting-Lu coming in to take that hit. If they go Ting-Lu here, I'm okay. If they go Lunala here, I lose. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we have an out. Yep, there's the wide guard. Damn. Damn, I threw so bad going after that Zacian. I thought for sure it was Ting Lu coming in and they would try to get rid of the Kyogre. Or the Mirai. That was a big throw on my part. Yeah. Damn. That's okay. Yeah. No, if it was Ting Lu that came in there, we had a chance. With it being Lunala coming in, we lose. Literally, it was a 50-50 on what they called there. Because they hadn't seen my last. So it was a 50-50 call. We lost the 50-50. I was so confident in a Lunala or Ting Lu switch into that Kyogre slot. Because I was like, there's no way they just let the Ogre go down. But they did. They did exactly that. Just let the Ogre go down. Okay. We can play this better. Is the key. We can play this better. I think the same grouping works well for us. We just need to worry about the Lunala. I think we lead the same too. Magearna's really slow. I think we take advantage of our speed, honestly. I think we have to. I think we stay the course. Like, Magearna is a big threat to a lot of things on that team, but it's so slow that it probably won't get those hits off. Against the likes of a Zacian, or a Chen Pao, or an Arceus. The Kyogre adjustment was a good one, though. Lunala Kyogre. Okay. This is A-okay with me. This Kyogre has Ice Beam, Origin Pulse, Water Spout. They terrestrialize right away. That's big for us. If this is Luna, this is huge. Perfect. They don't want to get knocked off, which is understandable. I have a wide guard of my own to ensure no ogre shenanigans. They might be going for Trick Room here. Given that they move slower than Ensign. Yep, that's fine though. Okay. I feel like Ting Lu could come out here into the Kyogre slot. Lunala comes out for Ting Lu. Puck! They're calling me. They're reading it. That's a lot of weird calls in a row. Just not much you can do about it. If they're gonna make ridiculous reads like that, you know, so be it, I guess. Okay. It's fine here. I need to start picking my moves slower. I think is the biggest key. Coronation is down onto Zama. Goodbye, Kyogre. You go back into Ensign. Lunala comes back out. Okay. Their Lunala does not have Protect. Their Tinglu does not have Protect. We have 2 turns left of Trick Room. Takeout breaks their shield. Stomping Tantrum, we should be fine. Yeah. Tinglu goes out into Zacian. This would be a huge catch if we could get it. Moongeist. I think we die. Yep. Okay, please, Ensign. You haven't clicked this button once yet. That's my goat. That's my fucking goat right there. This covers for a Tinglu switch as well. Perfect. 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 Sarah goes into Miraidon. Is not a 2-shot. They've landed every play rough too. Crystallization. Praying that this is a double up into Mirai. If this is a double up into Mirai, I think we just win. It is a double up into Mirai. Mirai goes down. Okay. I'm locking Ice Beam for the no miss chance. Genuinely, that's it. Wasn't spout free. I mean, yes. The thing is, if I spout and they do protect and let Tinglu die, then I'm scarfed into spout with Lunala with wide guard coming from the back. And then my only offense left is Incin. Let's go, baby! Let's go! 4-0 in Swiss. That's how we do it around here. That's how we do it around here. Woo! Let's go, baby. Oh, that's what you love to see. All right, so that puts us, what, 8-1 in games and 4-0 in sets. True, Leaf did forfeit, so it's really 6-0 in game. Or 6-1 in games, because neither game against Leaf counted. Whew. Welcome in. How to join? We're in the middle of a tournament right now, so we're not doing any like viewer battles or anything. This is just for the fun of playing a tournament, and we are finishing Swiss as the 1 seed. We just beat the other 3-0 player. In a very, very close. Calling the water spout. I was willing to sit there and play that one out. That was one that I was like, I'm willing to slow play this if you are. GG's, that was crazy. Whew. I thought for sure the Tinglu was coming in on the Kyogre spot instead of the Lunala spot. That was a great switch. That got me really out of position really early. Incin has won every set except for the one we played each other. What do you mean? Aren't you 3-1? And I'm 4-0 and we played each other? Yeah, that was my matchup into you, truly. It was like all I see is I can intimidate cycle. Will-O-Wisps are really valuable here. That was my only out to mitigating enough damage to do it. Because I was like, I can't break the Ting Lu and the Lunala quite fast enough with my special attackers. So like, Incin, Zamazenta, and just kind of hope for the best was kind of all I had going for me. Yeah, I felt like Zama was really good in the matchup just because of the abundance of physical moves, and you didn't have Sacred Sword on Zacian, so I was like, okay, I can live with that. so long as it's play roughs, we can eat some of those. Make join. There is no join. The tournament's already happening. It's an invitational tournament, so there is no entries at this point. We are just now waiting for Top Cut. Swiss has wrapped up, and we are now just waiting for Top Cut to get started. Whew. I'm really pleased. I went into this kind of saying whatever happens happens. Gonna make a small pause before Top Cut. Cool. Who invite? It's in the title. Her name is Ruby. She organized the tournament. My goal with this tournament genuinely was to bring something that didn't lose to everything. Like, if I can have a team that just doesn't lose to, like, any comp that I could think of, we're in good shape. And so, like, I have Miraidon for Darkrai spam. I have Wide Guard for all of the restricteds. Kali and Zama do really well under Rain. And obviously, Magearna is just crazy broken. Egregiously broken. Making your res. I got you. Happy to help. We will see how it goes from here. The job is not done. What does Top Cut? How many people make Top Cut? It's top 4, right? 4? Okay, I have played all 4 of the people in Top Cut, so I'm getting a run back on somebody. Truly peak VGC. Well, what more could you ask for, honestly? Pick 4 of the most broken mons in the game, slap a Magearna on there, and slap an Incin on there, and it's like, yep. Team works. Okay. All 3 matches against the 3 people who are in Top Cut with me were all close matches. That's the thing. I think I can absolutely win any of those 3 again. I can absolutely lose any of those 3 again. That's kind of the vibe we have right now. Our match wasn't close. Genuinely, if you had hit, fewer than like 7 focus blasts, I would have said it wasn't close. But those focus blasts were putting in work. I was so scared. The fact that I had to Terra my Incin, like, on probably multiple occasions, I should have Terra'd it in game 2. Topo! How's it going, my guy? How you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you are all doing well. To anyone who doesn't know who I am, my name is Kodak Zach. I'm a variety streamer, but my main game is Pokemon. And we got the fortune of getting to play against Topo in this tournament. It was a very fun set, very close set. I always enjoy playing against Topo. Oh, it's top 8 now? Ooh, wait a minute. Okay. that gives more matchups that I haven't played yet, if it's top 8. Because I haven't gotten to play Ruby, I haven't gotten to play the Mismatcher, and I haven't gotten to play Catatatatat. So, that's exciting. I was just talking about that we finished 4-0 in Swiss. Very pleased with our team's performance today. But we are awaiting Top Cut now. And of the other 3 people who were in the top 4 initially, I had played all 3 of them already. Those were my last 3 rounds, actually. So we were just discussing possible matchups. And now I get to see maybe a new team, which I'm excited for. I think this format has been a lot of fun. I think the teams here have been great. I think people cooked like crazy. I love what was brought to the table. I think so many people brought so much cool stuff. To see, like, genuinely, you look across at the Mythicals and, like, Arceus was really popular, which I didn't honestly expect it to be. We got a couple of Diancies. We've got a Hoopa Unbound. We've got a Manaphy in the field. We've got Mew. We've got Jirachi. We have a couple of Darkrai's, a Shaman Sky form, Deoxys Attack form. Like, there was a lot of cool stuff out there. I quite liked it. Also, is this a mono dragon team? I just saw that. The team of Luis. Yeah, it's a mono dragon team. Hisuian, Gudra, Alolan Exeggutor, Gouging Fire, Dragonite, Como-O, and Arceus with a Draco plate. That's really cool. Let me pull that back up. Oh, wrong one. That's Leaf. Yeah, I love this. This is the kind of cooking I want to see. I respect the hell out of it. Booster energy gouging. No Howl on it though. I feel like Howl would have gone crazy. Trick Room, Giga Drain, Extra Sensory, Sludge Bomb, Draco Plate, Dragon Pulse, Heat Wave, Flash Cannon, Power Gem. Cool shit. I want to look at the metagame again. So yeah, Ice Rider, Calyrex, and Arceus. Not Judgment? I guess not. Not sure what the reasoning there was. Would have expected Howl. Yeah. I feel like most gouging. I'm surprised to see Arceus as high as it is. It didn't end up performing quite as well, but like I think it was cool. It was really cool on the last team that we just played. That banded Arceus was really neat. And then Ice Rider, 70% win rate. Magearna, 75% win rate. And then it's the GOAT. Incin at 7-1. The only loss was to the other Incin. Like, only 2 of them in the field, but they performed. I respect it. Top cut, Ice Rider, Calyrex. The top mon and top cut with Kyogre. Magearna, Diancie, Arceus. So 3 of the Arceus made top cut. 4 Magearnas. Woo. The 1 Hoopa Unbound. I see you, Leaf. 1 Darkrai made it in. Got four streams left running, it looks like. We might be having a change, but we'll see. We'll see what's going on. We're waiting to see on Top Cut and see how it goes from there. Okay, top 8. Alrighty. Leaf, Ruby on my side. Habitat. All right. Alrighty. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we're cooking with. This is Diancie, Kyogre, Manaphy, Arceus, Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon, and Archaludon. Terra Ground Tail Glow Manaphy with Baton Pass is spooky. I'll tell you what. And it's a Calm Mind Arceus set. Power Gem Moonblast, substitute Draining Kiss on the Diancie. Okay. Okay. Wellspring, Ogerpon, and Archaludon. Neat. This is a cool team. I like Hard Rain here. A lot of Grass Terras, a lot of water types in general. I don't know how good Kyogre is truly in the matchup, but I do like the idea of like an instant Trick Room kind of lead. Could be really good into this. Or a Zama Trick Room lead could also be really good. Like a Zama Haunts. Good good move, good options all around. I am making the code. We make the code. We'll go the usual. Oh, I'm bad. Neat. All right. I think we have a lot of potential here. There's a lot of things that I think we are really threatening. This is a match where if I had Terra Water on my Calyrex instead of Terra Fire, we would be, I think, in a better spot. But, like, Cat will choose the battle rules. Like, have fun. Alright. Let's get it. Zoinks! Welcome in. Alright.
Hello there.
What's the call here? I feel like I have a couple of options, and it really is down to what we like here. I think we go 1, 2, Yurna 3. It's either Mirai or Ensign last. I think we go Mirai. Thank you for the hello, the hydrate, and the posture check, and the funny number. So true. So true indeed. Alright. They have a lot of water resists. They have a lot of rain options. Okay. This is Judgment Earthplate Arceus. They're a dragon. They do not want a lance coming their way. The Manaphy does not have Protect. I think we have to Terra here to not take too much from a ground Judgment. I think Zama's very important to our strat here. Thank you for the Vine Boom. I appreciate the sound effects during match. I think that's pretty sick. Yeah, that would have hurt. That would have hurt real bad. Tail Glow. They're both very fast, which is exactly what we want. That does just enough damage. There was a boom. It might have just been quiet. All right, well, now we know that they're both faster. This is a pretty easy. The Manaphy can't protect. They do not wish to bring in a Choice Scarf Kyogre. They do not wish to bring in a Diancie here. Ogerpon doesn't take this very well. Arcaludon does not want to come into a body press. Like, I feel like we're in a really good shape. The Arceus just hangs on. Body press goes into Manaphy. But the Arceus, it's Calm Mind Recover. Judgment goes into Zama again. Cool. Terra is very valuable here. Painted Sloth, welcome in. Diancie. We Behemoth and we Lance again. The Diancie does not have a Protect or a spread move. We have to choose which one they're killing here. I assume it's slower than Zama. They have to make the call of which one they want to go after. I don't know if a Power Gem from Diancie kills Calyrex. I will be honest, I haven't done that calc before. Her Ogerpon, okay, that's fine. Ogerpon doesn't really want to take this either. Power Gem goes into Zama, doesn't get the KO. And I think that's just game. I think that's just game one. Because this, we have 2 turns left to Trick Room. We might lose Zama to a Spiky Shield, but no, they just don't even protect. The Arceus doesn't have Protect. And the The ogre opted not to. Not that it would have made much difference, I think, there. Okay. Cool. That's a game one. Yeah. I think this team is one that if we can get them out of position with the Trick Room, we can cause a lot of problems right off rip. Wizard Shack Media, welcome in. I think they just struggle against Trick Room. I think this team really struggles against Trick Room, and I think we just really hard press that advantage. Do we bring the same four? I think we do. I think we rock the same exact lead. Because that does well against Ogre. An Ogre lead that does well against a similar lead to last time. I think that does well against a Diancie lead. Okay. The Diancie has to Terra in order to live a bash 100% of the time. And we know we're faster. We know our Kali is slower, which means they did not Terra. Which means we are, I think, just in. I think we get... Unless they're in a wild speed tie somehow. Oh, wait, no, just kidding. I Terra'd my Zama. I'm stupid. Okay, they do Terra on Diancie. This is fine, I think. I don't know if we live the double up of Judgment and Power Gem. Okay, they don't double us. Power Gem. At least should live this. Yeah. Alright, and now this Diancie with no protect is Terra Grass in front of Calyrex. If the Lance picks up the KO, then the press gets redirected to Arceus. We know Arceus just barely hangs on a Lance. But I think right now the Diancie's more of a threat. Cool. That knocks out the Diancie. We get a Chilling Nay boost. We didn't get one all of last game, but we finally got one this time. Press picks up the Arceus, and we are in really good shape. Bridge, there's the Archaludon. That's one we expected to see. And Captain Nemo must be Kyogre. This is a Scarf Kyogre. Ooh, that's a lot. Flash Cannon goes into Kali. Does get that KO. What does Kyogre lock themselves into? Because this is going to be a 1v2. Press picks up the bridge. We have Diancie and Origin Pulse. That's to be expected. We have Diancie and Ensign left. They have no Protect. We have, I think, 3 turns left to Trick Room. 2 turns left to Trick Room. Either way, they're scarfed. They have no Protect. We have 2 turns of Trick Room left. Fake Out and Draining Kiss. And then it's just knock off Draining Kiss and we win. Good shit, good shit. Let's go. Very nice. Very nice. Alrighty. We are moving on to top 4. Still undefeated. And we're going to need to be undefeated to win the whole thing. Because this is now single A-Lim. So either we get the undefeated run or we don't. But I can't keep tabs on, can I? Oh, I can. Hylosign fan moves on. Cho Raven is up 1-0 on the mismatcher, and Leaf and Ruby are tied in a 1-1 match. While that's going on, I'm gonna go pee real quick. But we're doing really well. I'm pleased. So I will be right back while we wait for these last couple of matches to conclude, and I will see you in just a sec. Quack quack. Quack quack. Quack 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 quack. Quack 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 quack. Is that what you wanted? It's over there now. Where'd the fucking thing go? Yeah, I hit the camera with it. There you go. Here you go, Vintage. I'll do a I have murdered an innocent child.
Oops.
Oh jeez. Check this shit out. What just happened?
She said, check this shit out, and then immediately died to a mom.
Proud of you, Dusty. What's mine?
Come here, Ketchup. No. Ketchup had friends. Ketchup had friends. Ooh, hello. Leaf! That's what I'm talking about. While I was gone, no less. Hi, Leaf. How are you? How was your stream? Did you got 2-1? Damn. I was like, I'm assuming not well because of the fact that it's over, but GG's to Leaf. I was hoping we could get the run back, but I will get to play Ruby now. The host of the tournament for finals. We play the host of the tournament for our ticket into finals. Wouldn't have wrote it up any other way, right? I'm pleased. Like, genuinely, at this point, I want to take it all the way. My goal is to win this whole thing. But if you know, if we don't make it all the way, I'm still very happy with how far we made it. We have, you know, you look at this field of players and you go, there's a lot of very good players here. Like, there's a lot of very good players, including Ruby, who is, you know, on her way to Worlds this year. Like, there's a lot of very good players in this tournament. So to even be like among the top ones, I'm pretty pleased with it. My goal at the end of the day was to make Top Cut. That was what I said going in, was I want to make Top Cut. If I make Top Cut, I'm happy. But now, you know, since we're here, since we're already this far in, might as well have to go all the way, right? You might as well just take it the distance, right? I feel like it would be a disservice not to take it all the way. We are down to just one match left. And it's Chu Raven and the Mismatcher. I don't know if they have a stream. They do have a stream still going. Cool. I mean, technically, I've pulled up Ruby's stream that has their stream on it, but we will take what we can get here. Okay, what are we working with? We've got Terranormal Arceus, Ogre, and Calyrex on the field against. Oh god, there's so many screens happening. I just need to. Where is streams? Oh, I didn't want to. Why am I stupid? There we go. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm with them on this one though. I don't know what they're saying, but I'm with them fully. That Ursaluna on what's their, I don't remember their names. The Ursaluna on Cho Raven's team is bulky as shit. Like, that motherfucker eats hits for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Like, goddamn. It's pretty crazy. They put a lot of special defense investment, I would guess, into that thing. So our next opponent is going to be Ruby. We have a Kali-Eye, Magirna Mirror. Both of us have Specs Miraidon. They have a Scarf Ape, which is a little bit scary. This team's scary, definitely. Trying to look at their full team sheet here. Yeah. It's Life Orb, Magirna, Flash Cannon, Dazzling Gleam, Flare Cannon, Trick Room. No Protect on the Magirna. Kali is normal Kali set with Terra Water. Ape, Gambit, Shadow Claw, U-Turn Coaching. Farig, Foul Play, Terra Blast, Helping Hand, Trick Room. Mirai, Terra Electric, Standard Shenanigans. Okay. I think we can do this. I think we can win it. It's a scary matchup. It's a very good player, but I've got faith. Oh, this is going to a game 3. It looks like the last set is going to a game 3. Never mind. Shit. We'll watch that stream then. Maybe, or maybe it's not. I had thought it was, but I could be incorrect. It would appear that I am incorrect, maybe, or not. I can't really tell. I don't know what's happening. Did it? Yeah, it's 1-1. We're just taking a break between. Okay. Well, never mind then. I'll bring that back up when we bring it back up. But yeah. So what's our remaining mythicals left? We have Raven has Diancie. I have a Magirna. Hyla Swine Fan has the Arceus, and Ruby has a Magirna. Each of us only have one mythical. It's 2 Magirnas, an Arceus, and a Diancie. I feel like I'm fine with my Diancie matchup, truly. Given the... Oh, we're in it. We're back in it. I'm going full screen. Fuck it. Let's watch. I feel pretty decent about my Diancie matchup, given the strength of Zama into it. This team is a weird one for sure. This is a team that I don't love. Just looking at, truly. The Ogre, the Darkrai, Gravity shenanigans, like, that's scary. It's a scary team. I can't see what type the Arceus is, or if it's just normal. There's been a lot of Arceus sets going around. There was the Dragon one, there was the Ground one that we just faced, there was the Banded one. Because I do feel like Arceus is it's a Life Orb Arceus. Ooh, okay. Arceus is one of those mons where it's like, it's very strong. It is very strong. And it's very flexible in what it can do, because you can change its typing entirely. You can, give it a bunch of different items. It's got pretty balanced stats, so you can make it special or physical. Got a wide move pool. It's like it's very strong, and it's very easy to sort out. Okay. This is a similar lead to what we faced in ours. Smeargle Cali is an interesting option to this lead, because you have to call correctly. You have to call your wide guards, follow me's, etc. This thing has follow me, wide guard, fake out, and spore, I believe was the Smeargle set. You make this call incorrectly, they fake out a slot that you don't want, or they go for a wide guard that you don't want, and Trick Room goes up. I think you're in a really bad situation here. Swords Dance is cool, though. Getting a Swords Dance here would be really nice, because those extreme speeds would start to hit. Life Orb, Swords Dance, extreme speed. Interesting. Water Horse makes me think they're not going after that. Wide guard. That's a weird turn. I don't know about that one. Like, they're gonna get Trick Room up, which is great. But I almost wonder if like a fake out and preserving the Terra might have been better. Because now, well, yes, you have Trick Room, you have an Arceus that's a problem on the field. Special attack rose. Attack fell, okay. Irrelevant moody boosts. You do have Spore as an option here. You can Spore into either slot. But an E-Speed blows you up, right? You don't want to get E-Speeded on Smeargle. Second Swords Dance is greedy. I love that smirk. Let's go. Get greedy. Let's go. This is what we're here for. We love the greed. Glacial. Oh, that's a lot of damage into both. Spore goes into Arceus. Okay, that's what we probably would have expected. That's where I would have thought that an E-Speed into the Smeargle would have been a decent call, but that's a tough one. Because if you just E-Speed the Smeargle, you get Luna or Farig in for free, which is not something you terribly want. Because now, yeah, Luna can come in. Luna Callie comes in. You don't have E-Speed pressure. And they can just click Hyper Voice, Glacial Lance, and there's not a lot that this duo can do. Granted, you have two in the back. I don't know what their two in the back is. Diancie and... Diancie's an interesting option here, because it's Assault Vest, right? So it can probably take a hit from Luna fairly comfortably. Yeah, that sleep is really bad, though. Because Lance Hyper Voice just blows up these two. Oh, it's Blood Moon. Oh, they don't... They really wanted that Ogre dead. Which, you know, fair enough. Now you're coming in, you have either Diancie or Callie. Neither one really wants to be here in Trick Room. Like, Diancie's more comfortable here, but it also can't protect. So... Body Press, Earth Power, Diamond Storm, Moonblast. That's a cool moveset. I feel like that's closer to what I would have run if I was running Diancie. I think Diancie's a really cool mon. Assault Vest, Fairy type with Earth Power. Terra Ground makes it a really good Miraidon check. Diamond Storm is a crazy move. I like that set a lot. Diancie, my beloved. He's a funny little guy. I like him. At this point, my problem too is I don't know that Arceus gets the KO on Calyrex. With I definitely don't think it gets one on Ursaluna, but I don't know if it gets the KO on Calyrex with an E-Speed, even if it does wake up. I don't know my Arceus calcs offhand, I'll be honest. Life Orb +2. It might take out the Calyrex. I don't think it kills the Ursaluna, though. Which I think is honestly, at this point, the bigger issue. They also do have the option to just, assuming it's Farigiraf, they could swap in Farigiraf. Nasty Plot is greedy. I like it. We haven't seen their last mon yet, but I assume, given the team comp, it's probably Farigiraf in the back, which would block the E-Speed. Oh, we get to see. It does pick up the Calyrex. Okay, that's big. That's very big. Now you've got... The question is, how much does Callie take from this Hyper Voice? Not much. Oh, you're good. Hold on. Hold on a minute. With a nasty plot, this is a really greedy play, and I think it pays off. I think it pays off in a really big way. What's the last? Urshifu. Darn. If it was Farig, I think you had it. Dang, 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 dang. Because Callie is faster and can't protect. And it's guaranteed to live a hit. Yeah, this is just a wicked blow into that slot. You're sashed. You know you're fine. Earth Power does tons into Diancie. Goodbye, Calyrex, and it's over. Yeah. Tough. That was it was a play you had to make. On the assumption that Farigiraf is probably the last one in the back, that's a play you have to make. And that's something that they did with our set as well, is they cooked with the Urshifu coming out of the back instead of the Farigiraf in game 2 in our set. And that very nearly lost us the game. The Urshifu was very threatening at the end game. Yeah, I think you have to just Diamond Storm, but not much to be done. Unfortunate. That was a good set, though. That was very close. I like the greedy reads. I like the calls. That was well played. You love to see it. Alrighty, so that should be me and Ruby, and then Pilus White and Fan Cho Raven. So assuming I can beat Ruby, I have a rematch of one of those two in the finals. Now, that's a big assumption. And I am not about to count those chickens before they hatch. Because Ruby's team is spooky. It's a little scary. Very, very spooky, yeah. It sure is. I think we're now just waiting on... That should have been done. Yep. There we are. Beautiful. Ice Rider Callie, normal set, Terra Water, Magearna, Flare Cannon, Flash Cannon, Dazzling Gleam, Trick Room, Mirai. You will be disconnected from the internet. I didn't mean to do that. We're getting right in. 2-1-1-2. All right, for a trip to finals, we need to beat the host, the one who came up with the format. That is our winning into finals. Gambit Ape is scary. Gambit Ape is really scary. I think that's of the Mons, I think that's the spookiest one. For real. Because I don't have a way to stop it from just clicking Gambit on whatever it wants to. Like, I feel like my best option is to just try to go for a, like, Magirna kind of lead, maybe? I don't know. I think Magirna lead is really good. I think, I think this is probably the best we've got. Question is, what else do we bring? I like Ensign a lot, and I think Zama is probably the last. And we lean into the Trick Room aspect. Okay. Yep, there's the ape. So we have to call this turn correctly. Does it gambit us or does it coaching? We have to call this turn correctly. This is tough. I think I'm going aggressive. This is game one. I'm gonna stay aggressive with it. The Mismatcher, welcome in! We were just watching your last set. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. It is coaching. Okay. Ooh, okay, we made the call. We made the right call. Oh, God. That was scary. That was very scary, but we made the right call. Is this Trick Room? I have to assume because they're... Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think this is the call. Protect on Magirna. I think they want that gone. This gets me a second boost, gets me to +2. Huge. Huge. Huge, 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 huge. What's up, Keely? How are you doing? Okay. This gets a +1 boost on both Mons. That's a significant +1 boost. Okay, okay. Okay. I think Magirna dies here if they high horsepowered it. I think Magirna goes down. I think my win con is take out their Magirna. They land. Holy shit. Oh, that's huge. They called my Terra. They called Terra Grass. Flash cannon. Okay. Awesome. High horsepower. We just need to connect. We do. Magirna goes down. We get another boost on both Mons. And we're in the driver's seat now. Okay, okay. Huge gaming. Huge gaming. Mirai is specs, isn't it? This is the freest. The Kali cannot kill both. This is a Lance and a Draining Kiss into this slot. Calyrex cannot kill both. It can high horsepower one or the other, but it cannot kill both. And this Miraidon has specs, which means it cannot take that hit. Magearna goes down. That is okay, because this is a +2 Glacial Lance. Coming right back at you. Their Kali lives. But I don't think it'll be enough. We played swangin' in this game. We came out playing a little loose, and we could have very easily gotten punished for it. This is the last turn of Trick Room, which means this is Lance and Fake Out every day of the week. But yeah, because they can protect out the Fake Out turn, but then they're slower. So okay, that's one. We needed one. Don't let me get one. That's all I'm saying. Don't let me get one. Ugh. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. We gotta lock back in. I can only imagine. What do they have? That's. I think they bring the same lead. I'm scared they do something different though. I'm very concerned that they do something very different. You know what? Okay. We change up the leads. This is probably another ape, but we have the ability to ghost or Ensign around the Gambit, which is a big deal. We also have Fake Out pressure going into the Calyrex. Okay, that's different. That's very different. We're immune to Fake Out. Protect on Magearna. Okay. Protect on the horse. Okay. Okay, big nothing turn. The hands went for an actual attack. We'll see what they... Volt switch. Okay. 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 What do we like here? What do we like here? Do they leave the horse in to get burned? I don't feel like they want to. Do we live a drift? If they Terra, I don't know that we live a drift. Okay, hold on. Drift. Vincent does not hang on. Not ideal. Not ideal. Wait! Oh, that's so massive. That's so massive. Hold on. That's a huge trick room. They can't protect in that slot. Okay. Magirna, fine. Okay. High horsepower. Put this in the Zama. Draining Kiss off of Magirna is fine. They called me. They called me. They called me. Fuck. Crit on Magirna, I don't think matters. It might have, actually. I don't know. I don't know what the bulk on that is. Yeah, I think we lose. Flare Cannon. Kill Zama. Yeah. Damn. Damn, they got me there. Yep. Nope, respect. He turns up to Trick Room. Horsepower. A lot of damage. Flash Cannon. This is -1, so I think we live. We do not live. What the hell? Oh no, it's back to neutral because of the Soul Heart. Right. Damn. Okay. Okay. One more. One more for the win. Okay, the Ensign, I don't think was the adjustment we needed. They made a couple of really good calls. They made a couple of very, very good calls in that one. The question is, do they go back to the ape or do they go back to what worked that time? Ugh. This is tough. I feel like they probably want to stick with what they won with last time, right? The Iron Hands, despite not being the strongest lead, did do a lot for them. I think we have to bring Ensign again. It's just, what do we bring it with? Like, I think Ensign Callie work into that really well. Ensign Mirai is also a really interesting option. If this is the ape, I think we just outright lose. I think if it's the ape, we probably just lose. But I'm making a call that they stick with what won them last game. I think they stick with what won them last game. My goal here is to deny them Trick Room. If I can deny them Trick Room, I think we end up profiting greatly off of that. Okay, it is the same lead. Our Ensign is faster than the hands, meaning we have Fake Out plus Drift as a very real possibility into this horse. They can switch something into that slot, or they can protect. But they do not want to take this drift. Protect, that's fine. Get it right this time. Fake Out goes in the hands, no free pivots. Okay. Okay. This is a good double because we get rid of their specs at least. How much damage is this doing? Oh, that's an egregious amount for that guy. For a 4 times resist, that is an egregious amount. Huge crit. That is a massive crit. Holy fuck. That's a like set winning kind of crit. That is my fucking instant. Let's go. My fucking goat. Okay, we're in really good shape now. I think they protect the horse. Yep. But I had to cover for it. Get the hands another drop. Volt switch off the Magirna. Okay. Their own Magirna is the last. Okay. They just protected the horse. Did they... They can't Terra Water this horse. They can't do it. Not in front of Miraidon. Don't know what they do here. Wrong slot. Shit. Holy fuck, that damage. Holy fuck, what a crit. Flash Cannon gets the KO, we win. Holy shit. Oh my god, Miraidon. Oh my god, Miraidon. Okay. They got the Trick Room, though. So this is not over yet. Yeah, I think we lose Miraidon here. I should have gone for a double up. I should have just attacked with both. Yeah. Okay, Miraidon goes down. Both so hard to activate. We're both +1. If 3 turns left to Trick Room. We win that speed tie. I think winning that speed tie actually is really bad for us. We needed to lose that speed tie. If we lose that speed tie, we KO the Magirna. Both Magirnas are boosted to hell and back. Who turns up to Trick Room? Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. We have to call this turn correctly. The horsepower. Magirna hangs on. Flash cannon picks up. That's massive. That's massive. Magirna gets another soul heart boost. We get a little bit of recovery here. This is the last turn of Trick Room, right? Yes. No, don't run. This is Protect and High Horsepower. Trick Room runs out. Draining Kiss the horse. High Horsepower the horse. Okay. We're on to finals, baby. We're on to finals. Let's go. Woo! Oh my god, that was... Woo! That was such a tight set. Holy shit. Oh my god. Whew. Whew. Oh my god, dude. It was looking bleak. I did not think Magirna lived that high horsepower. I'm not gonna lie to you. I did not think Magirna would live that high horsepower. If Magirna doesn't live the high horsepower, it comes down to literally getting a double protect and then out battling the Calyrex at the end. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whew. GG's. That was incredible. That was such a crazy set. That was so back and forth. So crazy. Crit in the hands. That was so devastating. I felt bad for that one. I was like, that is a game-ending crit. Like, it was not over, but it was one that it was like, if you get the hands in there with it taking that drift, you're comfortably in, like, good position. That was such a good pivot. Oh my god, dude. I am sweating up a storm, dude. That was crazy. Such a really good set. And we get the run back. We get the run back versus Luna, which was a very close set last time as well in finals. We had a very, very close set against Luna in round, what was it? 4? Ruby, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for coming through. I am sorry for what I did to your streamer. I apologize for the crits that have harmed your streamer. But I promise I will do my best to bring this home in her name. Oh boy. Ready for the rematch? We sure are. I'm excited. I talked about before we knew that Cut was expanding that that I was going to have to play a rematch against somebody because everybody in Top Cut was somebody I'd already played. Then it got expanded and I got lucky. I got to play 2 new people, which was really fun. But now it comes back around and it's time. Probably host these semi-regularly, not just for streamers next time. I would absolutely play these again. These are so fun. Alrighty. Are we waiting for the round? There it is. I was gonna say, are we waiting for the round or are we just going? But we will ball. It's up. Take it undefeated. I'm gonna try. I can promise you against Luna, it is no guarantee. I'll tell you that much. I thought it would. I genuinely thought that high horsepower was it. I was like, my win con is a probably miss high horsepower. I didn't think Magirna had it in her to take one, but I had just enough bulk. Alrighty. No, genuinely, I think unironically, when I was looking through the teams, I was like, yours is very scary. I loved the cooking. The hands Mirai trick room angle is scary. It's a scary team. Step away for a bit. We will. And which mythical picks which? Of course. Your Reg H plan team with one mod and swap for... Yeah, no, genuinely. Like, I was in the same boat looking at, you know, pairings, and I was like, Miraidon Kali Ice is crazy. Which mythical for, like, the prize? Gotcha. Will do. Alright. For all the marbles. This is the one. Miraidon Ice Rider are dating. They really are. They're a perfect couple. Oh, we picked the wrong rules. I don't remember if that was me or you, but we picked the wrong rules. I did the same thing a bunch earlier. Only 2 losses in finals. Hey, that makes you feel good about the day, right? You feel pretty good when it's like, yeah, you know, I may not have made finals, but I did in fact only lose to the 2 people who did make finals. So like, shit, man, it made it just been their day. All right. Best of luck to you. Have fun. Can't wait to see what we cooked with here. All right. Last time we led Zama Insin into every one of these. I'm gonna go a little unorthodox here. I'm expecting a lot of the same as what they brought in game 3. In game 3, they switched up heavily. And I would expect to see some of the same. So I'm gonna also make some changes accordingly. Extreme Killer Arceus? No, genuinely. I am shocked by how good Arceus has performed. I didn't think it would be the top mythical. It was the top used Pokemon period, tied with Callie. I was like, holy. But it's showed up. It's showed out. I've been impressed. Yeah, I thought Magearna would be just overwhelmingly the favorite of mythicals. Lunala Arceus. Okay. Okay. Taking a shiny Arceus would be kind of crazy. No E-speeds. This might be a trick onto... Nope, just double edge. Okay. Cool. Moongeist, Sama, it's fine. It's so fine. Nothing really wants to come in on this +3 body press. That's the most important thing we've got here. Okay, just let Arceus go down. Crit does not matter there. Okay. A Terra might have been a good idea to not get Moongeisted here, but... Does this go into Zama? It does. Okay. 50% to Zama. Alright, what comes in here? Ogre. This Ogre is Mystic Water. Ice Beam doesn't hit anything very well here. So I'm willing to take the couple of turns. Ice Beam, not gonna get that KO. Break the shield on Lunala. Moongeist should pick up Zama. We've slow played a little too much, I think, for our own Trick Room here, though. We have 2 turns left. 2 turns left to quick room. No wide guard comes out. You get the lance off. Good damage into both. Moongeist goes into Force. A lot of damage. Origin Pulse. Missing on horse is big. Very big. Like, I think we were okay regardless, but the miss is very significant. Then all white guards this turn. We call correctly. Draining Kiss. Not enough to get the Kyogre, actually. Ooh. Not ideal. It is AV, right? No, it's Mystic Water. It's just bulky. Origin Pulse picks up the horse. The room runs out. Who's their last mon? Zacian. Okay. They can double protect out this turn. They don't double protect out this turn, though. That's not good. Player off, takes out Ensign. Okay, Magirna, it comes down to you. Rain stops. We are +5 special attack. Should be enough to knock out the Zacian with the flash cannon. The question is, can we live to get one off? Terastalize, Zacian, Fairy. Ice Beam. Okay. We get her a little bit of leftovers recovery back. I don't know that we live this double up. Zacian protects this time. I should have killed the Kyogre. I was going back and forth. Oh my god, that's a crit. Okay. Well, it didn't matter anyways. It did not make a difference. Oh, damn. I think we had that well if I had picked up the Kyogre. That was the biggest thing. Leaving the Kyogre on, like, very little HP there is killer. Because if it comes down to just... If we force Zacian in Trick Room, or it comes down to just Zacian, it does not have enough juice in the tank. But because the Kyogre lived on, like, 3 HP... Was that game 1? Yeah, that was game 1. Oh, that sucks, dude. The Kyogre hanging on by a prayer. Okay. I think we're doing the same, though. I think we have to. I think we have to do the same. That was a winning position if we could pick up the Kyogre. We just didn't pick it up. I think I can play a little bit better to preserve my health bars. Zacian Lunala, okay. Okay. That is fine by me. Play Rough goes into the Zom slot. That's totally fine by me. Moongeist doubles into Bomb. More damage than I would have liked to take there. Station goes out. And Luke comes in. I don't love that, but that's okay. I think we can still win from this position. They've already burned their Terra, and King Lu does not want to take a body press. That's actually fine. That's actually fully fine by me. King Lu cannot protect here. They can wide guard, take less from the lance, but that's actually fine. They don't take the lance damage, but they're taking the body press damage no matter what. Moongeist. Goes in the Zama. Place your lance, single target. Station comes back out. This is a risk. This is a big risk. I'm taking this risk, assuming that the last mon is Kyogre. Wide guard, that's fine. Play rough. Terra goes into Ensign, probably. Yep. That's gotta be a crit, right? No? At -1, really? Ooh. Okay. I think this puts us in good shape. Zacian and presumably Kyogre in the back. Play rough. Goes into Ensign again. Not enough to get the KO. Knockoff finishes Lunala. Trick Room finally does go up. Knock off, gets a little bit of chip onto the Ogre. Origin Pulse. Ensign goes down. Substitute is good. That's a good call on the activation then. I think, do we care? That's a crazy thing to say, but do we care? This breaks the sub. Yeah, that's... We're not that worried about Zacian, we're worried about the Ogre here. If that's Zamazenta down, if we don't Oko this Ogre, we are in really bad shape. How many turns of Trick Room do we have left? 2. I don't think this does enough. Yeah, that's not enough. An Origin connects on both. In what world did we both live that? It doesn't matter because they can just double protect out the turn, though. Yeah, we lose. Fuck, we were so close, dude. If they missed one of the two on Origin, we, I think, win. We need, I think, a double pulse miss. I should have protected on Magearna to force a 1v2, but I don't think it matters. We're counting on a pulse miss. Spout, yeah. It doesn't even matter. Ah, dude. The Kyogre barely hanging on in both games. I should have stayed with the plan that I had the first time. That sucks. That really sucks. We were in good shape in Trick Room, but damn. I'm trying to think of what we could have done there. I think going back to the old strat probably would have been better. Getting Ogre Mirai back. But damn. We were just short on that Ogre. Yeah, GG's. Very well played. I needed like 2 inches more damage on that Ogre, and it was in both games. And I had outs, but I just couldn't get it. Also, hey, next time we play, I hope we play again because that was a really fun set. Next time, can you miss more than like 1 Origin Pulse, please? That would be really good. I'm just saying. Or play rough, or any of those inaccurate moves. Like, more than 1, please. Damn. Very close. But GG's. That was a really fun tournament. That was a really, really fun tournament. So, shout outs to everybody who participated. To everyone who played, made that fun. The amount of cooking that was done was insane. Let me tell you, there was so many cool, interesting, unique teams, and that made it very fun to just be able to click those. Nice to meet you all. Absolutely. Well, we've been live for 4 hours and 45 minutes. So I think I'm going to find who we have that is live. We're on at a time that we don't normally end. So there might be some folks that we don't get often to raid. Or not. Or also not. Oh, we've got Nino. Nino is on. Nino, we never get to raid Nino because he's an early morning guy. But he is playing some Elden Ring right now. Looks like he's just starting out. So that's a lot of fun. Nino is a great Pokemon player. He plays ladder all the time. Absolutely big shout outs to him. for all the Pokemon that he plays. But he's taking a break today, of course. The day that we get to raid him is the one that we are missing him. I want to give one last shout out to Ruby for putting this whole thing together. This was a lot of fun. This was awesome. Big shout outs. They did a lot of work behind the scenes to get this all set up, and they did a lot to get it actually to go off. It was a lot of work to get that thing going. Hard to organize a group of like 16 streamers to do just about anything. Like getting a group of streamers to do literally anything at all is practically impossible. So I salute the ability to pull it all off. Don't know how much pull you right, people like you. Yeah, you profit off of what you sow. Well, that's not the saying, but you know how it is. you reap what you sow. You are good to other people, and other people are good to you. That's all you need to do. Thank you, Bree, for the raid command. If you are not subbed, we also have that one. Go send Nino a lot of love. I love Nino. He has very infectious energy. Just a fun guy to be around. I don't think I've seen him since Indianapolis, and when was it? 22 was the last time I think that I was there. That I saw him in person, but he's great. Love him. So I will be back next week, back on our normal schedule. She took the Mew. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Send a lot of love to Nino for me. I will see you all very soon on the normal schedule next week. Bye-bye.